So we'll sit this side. You can sit this side.
Oh, this side.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, just this. Okay.
No, that's not.
So I don't know, you need a chair or something?
No, it's okay.
So I don't know if you have a session who should be photographed.
It's like
Somebody wants to link. Do you have a link to it? Because there's something in the US, right?
okay.
So basically, you're waiting for VIPs. And you know, for them, they can come sometime. So when they come,
Very ready for them.
yeah, so when they come, of course you take, when they come, yeah, from the gate, then you start the session. Then you do the am I, is lovely. Are they hearing me?
Yeah, maybe I should cut it.
Mute or mute?
If I mute, maybe wait. Oh, let's talk out.
Some people will see. You see, that's what I was saying. So they say, when you
They won't hear this. And then they go.
this why it's quite fine. Yeah, my bag I have put there. Good morning. No, I'm not.
I was just thinking of culture.
That is very, very dangerous. I was named after the senior chief. So when he died, so I was named yeah, that's what I was saying.
It's now part of
Like John and my wife
Is there? Oh, okay.
So it's not far from
it's part of
that is what made them men. If you only want to that is right. Actually, I
And then there's a couple of slides.
they used to call me Ion. I did not like that. But that used to be Ion. That's all.
One of those slides.
I want to be named the Latin. Because by that time, I was told by somebody So now when some people got rating from the students. I was thinking later they wanted so that is how. So when he was supposed to be and it was minor and told some group then they got that there was supposed to introduce because it was going before the practice it was national university
I go surprised.
They are teaching us all those things that I'm teaching us. Well, so I then they so they were not looking at it, they were looking they are looking at my senior. But students, they did even more. They were not.
Looking for the link.
Kama nasema cable hizo za kupeleka kompyuta. So kama utatumia send to link.
Give me the link.
Yeah, let me go outside.
Yeah, he's about to arrive in another 5 minutes.
Let me just go outside, capture the arrival.
So you'll be following around and come
Yeah, sure.
So watatu ndo wamebaki. Watatu ndo wamebaki. Watatu ndo wamebaki.
Can we check? Do we have enough the market for electricity? We don't want power going off.
Okay, let me go.
Like, we talk, this is the main. It's never been to see
Okay. Leo na wakuuzu.
So we are ready. Cameras.
They want
how do
people
you say?
seated. They want people seated in there.
Yes.
They don't want the governor come in. There's nobody there.
What are you doing here?
Those who are not doing anything, sit.
Director, what are you doing?
Many can come if one directed.
You only need one person here, the other one sits there. So can people sit? Actually, if you're not enough, just for now, sit. You want that place full. You want that place full, the hall. You cannot come to an empty.
The tokens are done.
They can't hear you.
Huh?
Can be job. Already. Probably 9:30 or 10? 9:30. Okay. We got the signal fine
Unaweka wapi? Unaweka wapi? Mano ukikuge video. Mano ukikuge video. Kabla sijaje
Hii function inaitwa je? How is it called?
It's a project launch. They are launching a project.
I want to write it on the news.
Hello?
On the live stream, sijui naandika.
Acha nionyeshe.
Yes.
Kwenda kwa kuinterrupt. Kuna mtu anamaliza hiyo list of questions. Nimeambiwa sijui link ya live stream hatuna. Unaweza tusaidia? The live stream link.
I am not a manager.
Oh, you're not the
of
one
the
who's...
YouTube. You see, let me show you. It is you guys streaming, not me. Me, I'm just hosting
I'm receiving different
information. Okay, let me show you now.
Okay, let's go start.
Just a minute. Okay.
Nimeambiwa ati wewe ndio umecreate ndio maana we create the link and send to you, right?
Already have the name, so I think hata madam ametumiwa link na nani na tiga.
Juu nimeambiwa sijui nini kuna breakdown mahali. Haitiga ndio maana nashindwa shida iko wapi.
Wacha video kwanza.
Hebu kuja. Juu ananiambia
Unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nasema, sio ni kwa hilo na stream hapo.
Yeah.
Sio live stream. Tunataka
hapana, amesema na wewe unafaa kwa live stream. Yeye ana host tu.
Also, what are you saying? You're not getting or wewe ulikuwa unataka
kama mimi
Google Meet.
Mimi kama live stream. Kwanza hizo cables zita connect hadi na laptop.
So what you need to do, there is you have an HDMI cable yenye unaweza chukua mahali.
Itisha view. Si watu wote.
Then unaweza weka hapa iende kwa laptop yako. Hii inakuja kama out.
Si watu wote kwa. Nani? Ile namba ya uze de mwanzo sana. Can she get us an HDMI cable?
Twende huko.
You need an HDMI cable.
Ndio nilikuwa nangoja.
Shall we need an HDMI cable?
HDMI cable because the reason why I'm saying that is because if anybody wants to get a video from here to the laptop, then they can get it from here. Does he have a connectivity method that he gets to his laptop?
There should be one. Just tell me what you need. You need
Yes.
an HDMI cable?
What he needs, not what I need, because for me I don't know what he's doing. There is an HDMI out
Yes.
here.
Yes.
This one.
Yes.
So if he connects to this, if he has a USB out, is also here.
Yes.
He can get it using a USB or a HDMI cable. He will get the same video and then he can stream using other channels.
So let's do this. Let me see if I can get you both,
Yeah.
and then from there we will figure it out. That's
Yeah,
okay?
sure, sure.
Thank you. Today is an academic.
No, don't argue with the woman. You will never win. It's okay?
It's okay.
Thank you.
I think the room is...
This is automatic.
Okay, okay.
Text me inside. Let me get those and then go.
Okay, sure. Hello.
live stream videos ama. Tuta live stream videos ama. Kuna videos ama.
I can give you a line now.
Cable ndio
ngumu.
Yes.
Ni cable gani?
Si ndio nataka iwe demand. Itawekwa hapo hiyo ndio. Kuza au wamejua wewe ndio kama. Unaona hapa share. Sasa ukishare una share wapi?
Platforms. Umeona platforms zenye ziko hapa. Kama ni YouTube ni link. Facebook ni link.
Hapa ngoja tu hapa. Unaona enda ile kwa Tich live.
Nimeletewa hapo now.
Tich in Africa.
Yeah.
The live.
Yeah. So what do you want me to do?
Sasa kinauliza yani kwa YouTube. Hiyo link hapo YouTube. Ndio tunataka.
Let's go to your laptop.
Ndio.
Yes.
Let's
go to your laptop. Let's go to your laptop because I don't understand.
Hebu weka you share laptop. Share please. Place ya share. So una share kwa live.
So whatever I'm sharing ni hii.
Yeah. Live stream. Unaona ina live stream, Sasa hiyo link.
What I want, let's go to your laptop, we get the live stream. Then you get the link from there.
Teach.
Yeah?
Teach in Africa.
Let me see if I can get that out.
It's just Teach in Africa on YouTube.
Not everything is okay.
I'm sorry, they didn't understand it.
It's okay, me, I was being informed.
What you see, it's as simple as it had always been live.
Iko sawa sasa.
Ilikuwa tu live all along.
Sawa, wacha sasa kuletea maswali.
Haya.
Si hivyo ni sawa?
Ni sawa. No. Yeah, you are live.
This way I come in.
Acha nikutumie tu saa hii. Bado hawajajiarrange vizuri, walikuwa kuja kwa ofisi ya mstongaji kuleta hizo application forms ndio. Bado hawajamaliza. Aliplas sawa sawa. Na security data ni shida ama data. So kiasi gani utataka ya 150
It's not shida ya nini, I think.
Net iko low.
Iko low, I think. Sijui nini ilikuwa, I think phone movement.
Okay.
Phone movement was the issue, but it has been resolved.
Iko sawa. So Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Connect to a backup.
I saw your Wi-Fi, but it also gave me a problem at some point.
Okay.
So I think I'll just go with my data. Unatumianga Safaricom? How do you check your balance? Yako na mapi?
Ndio hiyo. Unaona juu.
Aje?
Hizo viatu zako.
Water. You need drinking water. Is there any water? Yes, sir. So actually the VIPs, the VIPs will not pass here.
Okay. Go to the other side.
Yeah, that room.
Oh, okay.
So this is just for the participants. So the if you want to catch the VIP,
So I have to stand somewhere here.
Please, where can you VIP?
Umepata wifi hapa?
Natumia.
Naona kama saa zingine inasimama inaenda sako. Tunataka kuongeze na uongeze sasa ikikuwa noma. Wifi ni gani?
Connection ya wifi hapa. Niweke wifi hapa. Huwa niliweka ya kwanza na ilikuwa inakatika, that's why I did another.
Sasa hiyo ya bundle. Sawa.
Buy bundle.
Sasa itakusurvive mpaka jioni.
Bundles itani survive. Ita survive na niko na 25 GB. 25. Naweza ongeza baadaye.
Sasa uliweka ndani ya zile charges. Uliwa charge. Wewe nyamaza tu na hiyo kwanza. Because zingine inaweza kukwama. Feature point sasa ni kama inakula pesa yako kabisa. Sasa utasema then tuone video.
Unajua we had a discussion with Agri, but I think there was something hakuelewa.
Hii ya bundle.
See hata ya bundles. I needed to have someone else to support with the photography and all that. But unajua
Agri.
That nini arrangement ilikuwa a bit shallow.
Agri. Hapa kuna two things. Number one, because pia na sasa bila balance mambo ya camera. Sio zile ni photos zile.
Unajua in my suggestion, you remember what I told you? We needed to do live streaming. That's all you needed to do. Yeah. But I suggested that we take some photos and we also do the video. Which I know will be very necessary at the end of the product. So I'm getting a challenge because when I do photography, I can't hire someone with the kind of money saving.
Sasa huko ndani kuna photos ama nini?
And I wanted someone to sit there, pick him a picture as much as possible.
Okay, yeah. I get your point. So what can we do?
Should I call someone akuje?
At an extra cost?
Yes, of course.
How much?
Wacha nikufanyie 5,000 for now because already you are late.
Kikwani. Sasa yeye atakuwa tu station hapo kwa hapo ndani.
Hapo ndani.
Sawa. Yuko sawa.
Yeah, sawa. Then mambo ya nini ya bank tumeongea na yeye, amesema panao anaweza kusurvive, but sasa akikwama utaongea.
Yeah, in case he just communicates.
Tuna vile analia hiyo pesa yake sasa inakaa mambo ya bank.
Inakula. Inakula ikikula.
Okay.
Hajima. Umeenda job wapi? Si upitie hapa kidogo ndio uende. Nilikuwa nataka. Hello. Nilikuwa nataka kama unaweza suggest gavana anakuja, karibu anafika. So ukiweza kufika hapa within a few minutes nitafurahi sana. 10 iko sawa. I think mtaingia tu na gavana. Na uingie tu kama umeseti kamera unaanza kupiga hivi. Hai.
Sasa nani alikusikizana na wewe?
Unajua, I was talking to Agi. I even sent a proposal. Nikaambia Agi what I need and what I need to settle. Na unajua hizi vitu, when you are doing this live streaming, inatakana mna arrange very early. Unaona vile Facebook inatusumbua kuingia. So unajua live
survive na hiyo YouTube. Sasa photo ndio sasa tutaweka kwa Facebook. Because pale nasikianga stream kwa Facebook pia nisiwezi zinakuja short.
Unajua sasa YouTube inakuwa tu continuous. Lakini Facebook inakuja ikipata. Because they also have their benefits going on above.
Wacha sasa.
It's a challenge, eh?
Hapo nilikuwa niko na problem because ulikuwa wewe unasema una live stream na huko ifiki. Mimi naangalia. Sasa tukifika hapa naona kama inaenda kusako nikapata hapa. Hata kuna challenge ya
bundle. Unajua sasa, for instance, the problem is hii nini lazima niwache hapa hata nikienda wapi. Nikienda Blue lazima niwache tu hapa. So inamaanisha hii is something, it is tied to here. That's why nilikuwa nahitaji hizo cable. Because hii inahitaji cable ya kucharge na hii pia. So unaona nikipika ile power extension nilikuwa natafuta ya kucharge.
Sasa pale iko sawa na hivyo.
Pale niko sawa. So that tukiingia ndani kila kitu iko set.
So before,
Yes.
I have a function on I have a function at a church here. You know Susanna Lewis Street. Anyway, we at church, we at Institute. We are going to have a memorial service for our parents. So if you want to video, but it's just like any other service. Choir convoy, we sing, a few speeches, and so ACK. Yeah. And then after that, then we go to my home, which is next to Susanna Lewis place, and there we have a whole church. Now we come and sing. After that, then my brother has a small piece of land down there. That one is going to be something like for the whole night, but I don't think they want that video. But just the people are going in, sit there for and then. So this is like a personal thing.
But this is what I know you need. You need a video.
No, because it's so kind of
Maybe just as a function.
yeah, function. I think every day. I'm not sure we want to. Because in church, maybe young people will see. I don't, we don't need it. It's like kind of an emotional thing. Our parents died years ago, so it's like, I don't want to do any interview. Yeah.
Yeah, it's here.
So I suppose this will appear on TV.
Yeah.
It will appear on news this
It
evening.
has to.
And there'll be a time say, I'm speaking as the governor. You know now that one is it's for the whole of Kenya.
Yeah.
It is the ODM.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is for us, Tich.
I know.
It's not for it.
I'm aware.
Yeah, so that one will happen on 29.
On 29?
Yeah. And then there's another function. I'll have to talk to my brother. He wants to launch he has this small agency on 27 in Tomboya. So he wants to launch it. But my brother is like so close. They're saying, what's the program? What's going to happen?
Yeah.
He's just, but I know he'll want some history, even to market himself.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so that's the other function for my very quiet Michael. He is reclusive. I have any function. When? Around 27. How do you want it? For lengthy? So we'll talk.
So we talk. Yeah.
Yes. I know it, yeah, so this is the they won't come to yes, let's go to it first. This one? Yeah. Yes. You'll come like this.
Okay.
So, the driver came and said, we are the deadline. But when people are now, they still take it. But then they feel them But then you don't stay with them. Because you may die.
I've been told to give you this.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Sija focus sasa hivi.
Maybe can just switch to one.
Naomba nikae.
Ordinary.
Ngangana tu. For the weekend. Hiyo siku moja. Probably have some insight. Probably no. But please tell us the input you gave, that advice that informed this meeting. Upande yenu for this organization. And so we are surviving. To whom little is given. When you people enjoy it, but it was the same thing. I'm sure you are covering our own problem in the name of a district.
I was on the province and the person I worked for, because there was no power house. Yeah, Monday, Tuesday, the next week, I had the next week before my baby. So there was no need to have a house.
You'll be housed.
It worked out for me.
I'm imagining Nyando comprising the Kaji, Roni, and the Nyando.
It was called the Greater Nyando.
Change is a must.
Nimegonga kamera
Nimeangusha Citizen.
Nimeangusha Citizen TV. Are you okay? That's where the sub-counties that what do you mean? Why is the governor?
Political There's a motive for helping akimaliza inatoka. Ingine kile kuongea unasema hiyo kitu I didn't have a draft to like emeritus. Too many things happening. Too many. Calendar.
She's the facility coordination the opposite of what but I hope I pray that
you advise Colin to ask a question related to that. Any burning issues?
Weka tu, hakuna kitu itaangusha. Kama iko ingine pale another extension
CI account.
mpigie mtu uko nje tu.
Let's settle our guests. Professor Dan, where you take your position, sir. Let's have the national anthem.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
While standing, I'll politely request Reverend Joshua Rao to bless us with the word of God. Let us pray. Almighty and ever-living God, we want to come before you with thanksgiving, because it is in you that we find joy. It is in you that we find everything that we need. You are a loving God and caring, and you have made it possible for us to come today for this meeting, and you know how you want to bless our people through our sitting today. I pray for the fraternity of Tich for what they have done. And it is not only that they have done, Lord, we've seen many things that have been done through them. And it is our prayer today, Lord, as we will be here, that you enable us to listen to you in everything that is going to be said. We thank and honor you because of Dr. Kaseji, who has been in the forefront of wanting to make sure that people in this region get what they need. We praise you and honor you for him. We also pray and entrust your people who we brought here to be with us, Lord, those who are going to lead this. I pray for the county government, Lord, who has been supporting to every other project that has been done in this place. Lord, I ask all this, trusting and believing in Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. You will say amen. Amen. Take our seats, please. The Governor of the great county of Kisumu, Professor Peter Nyang'nyong'o, the Deputy Governor, Dr. Matthew Riley, the CEC Health representing Governor Siaya, CEC Health Kisumu, our beloved MP for Semo, Dr. Nikal, Professor Kaseji, and all the invited guests. Good morning. God is good, and all the times. Just turn to your neighbor and tell him, welcome to this wonderful location. And again, just to know your neighbor so that when your wallet disappears, I know whom to follow. Good. With the permission of the governor, allow me to welcome you to this launch of the digitization of the health information system, which is the brainchild of Professor Kaseji and the Tich fraternity. It's a wonderful location for us. And first, we want to apologize for coming late because of some, you know, how the governor's diary sometimes is clogged. Otherwise, we'd have been here in good time. Otherwise, to welcome us, I want to invite Professor Margaret Kaseji, the CEO of Tich, to give her few welcoming remarks, and then we'll proceed with the program. Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Bob. I just want to very briefly thank all of you for taking time off from everything that you do in your work and to come here and be with us. I thank the governor for sparing his very, very busy schedule to just spend a few moments with us. And I look forward to what he will have to say for us, because what we want to do is in the county of Kisumu. So welcome to all of you, those who traveled overnight from way out there, those who missed their flights, those who walked across the road. Welcome very much to this occasion, and I look forward to the dialogue that we're going to have. Thank you.
Tupigie makofi. Without wasting time, through you, Brother Governor, I want to invite the participants in charge of various heads of the various departments here, just to make very few remarks. I'll start with same Tich. Dr. You're done? Thank you. Then we have Professor Magadi in charge of KIL. Just make it short. Then I'll request Professor Dan Kaseje to take charge of ECS and TAC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Monica Magadi. I'm currently based at KIL University in the UK, but originally from Kenya, from this site. So I'm really pleased to be home. And I very much look forward to having fruitful discussions with you all during the next week or so. And again, I just want to highlight what Professor Margaret Kaseja said in terms of being very grateful to the governor for sparing his time to be with us in this great occasion. Now, just to briefly introduce my colleagues from UK who have traveled to be with us during this function. Dr. Tanya, right, who is from KIL University, and Professor Chen, who is from University of Sunderland in the UK. So I'm really pleased to be here and very much look forward to having discussions with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A hearty round of applause. Why are you jealous? Professor Kaseje, on behalf of ESC and TAC.
Your Excellency, the Governor, the Deputy Governor, CEC Health from CIA representing the Governor of CIA, Dr. James, MP, but also Chair of the Technical Advisory Committee. Visiting colleagues from around the country and beyond, colleagues from Siaya and from Kisumu, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wish to introduce to you those who are in the Technical Advisory Committee. The Technical Advisory Committee for this particular study is chaired by Dr. James Nikal, who will be speaking to us. And the CEC Siaya and CEC Kisumu are also in the Technical Advisory Committee, advising us how to proceed with what we have to do in the two counties. And we have Madam Elizabeth Oyue as a member of the Technical Advisory Committee. Those who Madam Elizabeth is known to many of us as having been the head of the Kenya Nursing Council for many, many years. So we are glad that you are able to be here with us. The ESC, in other words, the External Steering Committee, is represented by, it is a structure which is international, and there are two Kenyans on it. And one of the two Kenyans on it is able to be here with us, Professor Violet Kimani. Professor Violet, we have worked together for many, many years, and we are glad that we are able to be here. So these are the two structures that are overseeing the study, both from the international perspective and also the local county perspectives. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, Prof. Another round of applause for him. Now I want to invite Mr. Renjo to come over on behalf of Kisumu, on behalf of CIR. Thank you. The Governor of Kisumu, the Deputy Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Mine is simple, just to say that as CIR, we are part of this and looking forward to working very closely with this particular partnership so that we are able to realize results. It is very clear that data is very key for decision making, and when we have valid data, then it means our decisions are also going to be valid. And that's why, as a county, we'll be in to be able to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We are moving with speed. And now it's my pleasure to invite the CEC in charge of health in the Kisumu County, Dr. Ganda, to come over, and then we proceed from there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Your Excellency, Governor of Kisumu, Professor Peter Nyanjongo, His Excellency, our Deputy Governor, Dr. Nikai, it's my colleague CEC from CIR, Professor Kaseji, and all distinguished guests. Good morning again. Good morning. I'm very honored to be here today, just to give a remark, in particular on this day when you are going to be doing something on digital health. Today, several things are going on. The regulations for the Digital Health Act in Kenya are actually starting today, and the first public participation is going on right now in Kisumu Social Hall. At the same time, we are launching this over here, and so you can understand that we have to be in 3 places at the same time. But I'm happy we are all moving towards this, because this has been a dream of the country, that collecting data is not useful. Data is only useful when it becomes information, when you can process this into information that you can use to make decisions. And that has been lacking for quite some time. And as you see, I want to congratulate the team led by Professor Kaseji, because he was the foundation of community health in this country, but has moved ahead right now to think about what is it that we are doing with this information, because we have our community health workers with tablets and they're collecting a lot of information. We are moving towards digitizing the whole country, but we are not thinking about what happens to that information. It is information going in and going in, but how does it get out? And that is the whole purpose of us doing all this. I'm happy that we have made considerable progress in both the counties. I think we were amongst the first to complete digitization of community health. And I'm happy just a few months ago we launched our digital health strategy, so that in the next 3 years, by the time His Excellency leaves, Kisumu will be a totally digitized county. And not digitized in terms of infrastructure, but also in terms of using the information. As we speak, all our level 4 facilities have already been fully digitized and they're collecting information. And we are saying that we're at 40% digitization. And at the end of next financial year, we should be having the whole system digitized. At the same time, we have gotten a space at Konza. We found it cheaper. I know we initially had this dream of building a data warehouse, but it has been found to be more convenient and cheaper to just have space hired. And Kisumu has hired space in Konza, where we hope that all this information will be going towards. But you know, that space is just like a hall. Once you have a space, you need to, data has to be kept in a store and well organized. And that's what I was doing when I met Dr. in the plane, looking for technical support to be able to get this office organized so well, so that 20 years when we leave, somebody who wants to pick a book can actually walk into the diary, into the hall and pick the book, how you organize your data. And I think that's where we are right now. So we are very happy with this partnership. Partnership usually comes in form of research, but research has to work hand in hand with service delivery, because everything you do must come out in information, and these partnerships really help us, because we know counties are very strong in service delivery, but we need partnerships from universities, because universities are supposed to be the information seekers. And I found something very interesting in Netherlands. The Netherlands has agencies that spend their time bringing in the university and the facilities, the service delivery. Because they say each of these people are interested in their own lines. And so they need somebody who does nothing but bring, otherwise then universities produce a lot of information which is not useful and nobody uses, it doesn't shelves. All of us did something and we kept our thesis inside our shelves and nobody's using that information. On the other side, people are offering service delivery and not getting that information. So somebody must merge the two for that we get good information. So thank you very much. I see my team from Kisumu. You can raise your hand up. I have Director Fred Olot, and we have our MOHs and other members who are also here with us. We will stand with you and we will make sure that this actually comes out as a good project for us and as a foundation for us to be able to use data to provide information for policy making. Thank you very much and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. Now it's my pleasure to invite my friend, Dr. Nyikal, who is already the chair, to come over and then proceed with the program from there.
To Your Excellency the Governor, Professor Peter Nyong'o, the Deputy Governor, the Technical Advisory Committee, both here and external ones, all the participants, good morning. I think it's a great day. Some of the people we are meeting for the first time, there have been a lot of online meetings, so that is digitized. But now we have the opportunity to be together. And what is really we have to think about is about this whole work is the use of routinely collected data for timely healthcare decisions. Although in this case we are saying in pandemics, but I think the main thing is in decisions. Decisions are based on information. So I think that is what really we have to take. And when we take this work as an advisory committee, that's the way I see it. When we make decisions, what are the facts? Even in politics, we still make decisions on the basis of facts, except the facts are very different. But they are still facts. But in technical areas, it is those facts that are important. And there's always been an effort in this country. Dr. Ganda has just mentioned many things. We started with the district health information system. It's actually there, but as evolution came in, it acquires different terminology. But physically, the areas that are being served and the information comes through is still the same. Then we have the community health information system. That is based on the fact that we have community health strategy with community health workers. As he said, they are collecting information every day. And then we have the bigger one, the Kenya Health Information. And so you have a lot of data and you have many systems that is putting it together. How do we actually use it? And during COVID, we actually formed another system of COVID-19 maternal and child health surveillance system. And it had quite a big impact on maternal and child health. But these are several ones. So it is important to know how are these used. When that information comes, what does it do? And the good thing for this country is that all these are digitized, or there is an effort to digitize them, which means it's not having it where it is collected, but it can be moved. And so if we move these, we have this, we digitize it, we move it. What do we need it for? Surely we need it, as I said, for management. To begin with, in the health sector, the first data management is about the patient, the individual patient. When you take their blood pressure, that is a data. When you take their height and weight, that is a data. And you respond to it by using it there. But you then put it together and you start having epidemiological trends. So it then tends to give you epidemiological trends. And then it then also informs the health in systems and the impact of the decisions you make. Even just weight, even just height, all those things. So you need this. And then if you make policy decisions, what are those policy decisions based on? This is what must inform them. And then when you have made the policy decisions, you want to see how they are implemented, and then you evaluate them. What do you use to evaluate the policy decisions you have made? And in the CECs, you have 2 CECs here, so the 3. Then you want to comply to standards. The standards also is some information, and how you comply to the standards must be based on information that is available. So it's just data, you know. Somebody tells me that most physical things in life, when you go to high level science, they all boil down to mathematics. So we need that. In this study, in use in healthcare decisions in low middle income countries during pandemics, I think that is key. Why low middle income countries? Why? Is because we have challenges of use of data. These countries, Kenya, I think South Africa, we are said to be low middle income and we are doing well, but when you go to our basic structures, you still find that there's still a lot that needs to be done. So even when we have the data, Dr. Ganda talked of data that is not used. There's a big thing in the world known as the no-do gap. People know, but they don't do. The greatest one is in history is vitamin C. Sailors died for 100 years when people knew that vitamin C could save them, and that you only had to carry lemons to the sea, and the sailors would die. It took 100 years to be put in the sailing system that you carry lemon. And so a lot of information is known and is not used. So again, the use of it, and this was in low middle income countries. And there's something that has been tried, Dr. Ganda. We just try things and then forget. There was something we were calling REACH, that is in East Africa. We were thinking, how can you put together people who do research and the information they get, and people who do the service? When our director of medical services came to my notice that all the questions you were asking, some people had done them in their thesis, but the thesis were in the labs. So then it comes to the question that data will be used in research if the research question is relevant. So if the research question does not relate to your daily life or our daily structures, then the research question will just serve what it was supposed to do. Get a thesis and get your PhD. It has done its work. As to whether it is going on to help people, we don't know. So policymakers are scratching their heads in offices. Professors are scratching their heads in universities. The information is peacefully lying in the labs, in the shelves. So we know to do that. And again, in low middle income countries, there is resource constraint. Because, you know, you say now you are low middle income, we stop giving you funds, but we still not putting our own funds into it. So that makes it a specific issue that we should look at in this. We have weak health systems, and when you have weak health systems, that is when you actually need information to strengthen it. So to me, what we really must do is actually see what data is and how we can use it. The fact in pandemics came because we were trying this in the COVID period, and in a pandemic or an epidemic, you need to make decisions quickly. So you need to use data. You don't have to call researchers. Can we use the data that is coming where people are handling the patients? I think that is the essence of it. So your sources are the patients, regular facility records. You know, people can just be post office. They take the data, they pass it whether it is digital or whether it is manual, but they just pass it. They don't even respond to it. What is the data telling you, even there at the clinic, that today you saw 40, this month you are seeing 40 women who have delivered? What is it telling you? So again, that is what we need to know. Can surveys will be done, and again, why a survey is done is what determines how the data is used. Again, surveys, many. Are we using them? We do research, I've talked about that. The regular management record from the health system. Accounting systems. You may think accounting systems have nothing to do with the health, but they have everything to do with the health. Where does the money go? Who decides? What makes them decide and make that decision? Then human resource. Our biggest problem is human resource. Sometimes we think there are too many for the governors, I know. The big issue is the wage bill. But why are there many? Even the fact that there are many is a data. So what do we do with them? Do we need them? Why have we employed them? You know, in this country there's also another problem, that employment is a social protection thing. You employ people so that they have an income, not because you have work to be done. Again, you need data to say those things I'm saying. And if you look at your supply chain management, let me put this to your ears. You know that we go to many meetings, and I'll end with this, and we are talking about KEMSA. And what happens in KEMSA is, we don't have money, so we cannot supply. And then you say we now need to refund to put more funds in KEMSA. But in the same data, they are telling you that the government owes KEMSA money. So KEMSA needs 2 billion, which they need from the government. But the government owes them 7 billion. They say, now, why don't we just pay the debt and forget about the new funding? Now, this is the use of data. So I think we are happy the professor is with us here, and we will make use of this information. Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure to invite the Deputy Governor, Dr. Aweli.
Let's give a strong applause to Dr. James Nikau. So, Your Excellency, the Governor of the County of Kisumu, allow me to ride on the protocol as already set and to make an observation that the technical teams have spoken. But I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge in a special way Professor Dan Kaseje and your team for the project that we're just about to launch. From a policy perspective, Professor, you must be happy to see the leadership of the County of Kisumu here and the leadership of the County of Siaya. It tells you that we are keen and committed to walking this journey with you. Healthcare remains a challenge, not just in Africa, but also in Kenya. And as you know now, health is devolved. As we seek to offer services, we are not just going to be talking about, that delivery that we have in the hospital, but research and, of course, the human resources for health is going to be very, very key. So our commitment to walk this journey with you, and we know you are an authority in this area. As you said earlier, it is Tich that birthed Great Lakes University. And so we are happy to see you back on your feet again here in this space, contributing to what you love the most. Your Excellency, the Governor of Siaya Central Representative, and I'll give him very few minutes because this section is committed elsewhere. Dr. Konyango, who takes care of the health function in Siaya, it is now your opportunity to deliver the message on behalf of Governor Orengo.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Governor of the great county of Kisumu, your Deputy, distinguished guests, allow me to write on the protocols already established. I'll just go through his speech as I represent my governor here, His Excellency James Agre Orengo, the governor of Siaya County. It is an immense honor for me to stand before you today representing His Excellency Governor James Orengo as he comes together to do this outstanding initiative today. This event of unveiling the project of harnessing routinely collected data for timely healthcare decision-making amidst epidemics is not only a unique one, but an outstanding event in our country. The collaboration between Tich, Tich, Kenya University, and Sunderland, and other stakeholders exemplifies the power of partnership in addressing complex challenges in health data management, service delivery, and policy making. These two counties, have made significant strides in healthcare, but there remains a critical need to strengthen our capacity to data collection, analysis, and utilization to inform evidence-based and timely decision-making. This project aligns with our county's strategic goals and the broader national agenda for universal health care coverage. It promises to equip health management teams with the tools, knowledge, and systems needed to enhance healthcare outcomes, reduce inefficiencies, and ensure the sustainability of health programs. The choice of Siaya as pilot county and Kisumu as the control is the best. There's no any other that would have been better than that, because Siaya, as you all know, is very rich in data for diseases. That's a better way of saying our prevalences about diseases. And of course, our elder sister, Kisumu, is a torch, is a light ahead, and would guide very much as a control. The other reasons are that the two counties historically are the pillars of research, and our histories date back to interactions with CDC, the research work, KEMRI, Kenya Medical Institute of Research. Those ones have their foundations here in our two counties. So those are reasons enough for the choices. As we launch this project today, I encourage each one of us to actively participate in the discussions, technical workshops, and stakeholder engagements over the coming days. Together, we will build actionable solutions and respond to the unique needs of our communities. Allow me to extend my gratitude to the organizing team, our development partners, and everyone involved in the initiative. Your commitment to bettering lives through innovation, research, and collaboration is deeply commendable. With that, it's just my pleasure to thank you very much on behalf of my governor, and God bless.
Mpige makofi tena. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now the opportunity of the governor of Kisumu, Professor Peter Anyang'o, to make his remarks and officially open launch this program. and I would like for you to be upstanding as we welcome him. Tukimpigia makofi akikuja. Karibu sana gavana. Asante sana. Karibu.
Please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you very much. It was good we stood so that we can wake up. Thank you very much. My dear friend, Professor Tich Kaseje, and your team, Margaret is the director of this wonderful center. She and I are related.
Oh, I hope you can say
that. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm really happy to join you as we launch this important project on the digitization of health information systems. The launch has come at the best time when digitization is becoming an important component of healthcare across the world. If there were no digitization, information would not flow as fast as it does now, especially in a world that the social media has taken over communication rather effectively. Kenya and by extension county governments cannot be left behind in this new dispensation. The data must not only be collected, but it must be used swiftly and accurately if it is to be held to serve its purpose. Data becomes useless if not used on good time. Healthcare administrators must therefore make quick and sound decisions in the use of data in the healthcare provision sector. Quality data, ladies and gentlemen, collected and analyzed on time always helps managers to make sound decisions that can save lives. In the health system, it is common that staff take their time to collect data, but this data is not used on time because of too much time-consuming paperwork. And when you don't automate your system of collecting information, then paperwork will consume a lot of time. Physical paperwork, of writing something, passing to somebody to check and so on, the machines do better checking than you. So let us automate our data collection systems and the data use system. This would not have been the case if the data processing procedures were digitized. This is why I support this project being launched here today. As a county government, we have digitized our health management information system at a time when other counties were still struggling to do the same. In fact, many countries are now benchmarking with us, and I want to thank very sincerely the County Minister for Medical Services, Dr. Greg Ganda, and his team for a good job, well done. Thank you very much. This project may be coming a little late, but I'm sure the study will add value to the design of the initiative, as well as shed light on the return on investment. Additionally, the study will provide an opportunity for the managers and policymakers in our counties to co-design our digital health information system with experts from UK and experts from Tich, and to test its feasibility and effectiveness to inform timely healthcare decisions and ensure sustainable and scalable system. Fortunately, in this region, we have an organization called the Lake Region Economic Bloc, which brings together 14 counties. And I chair this bloc. And these 14 counties collaborate on many issues. One of them is health. And one area in which we have been collaborating is using the zipline facility in Chemelil for fast delivery of commodities in the health sector and other sectors too. It has become a very useful facility in our Lake Region Economic Bloc. I wish to call for partnerships with health systems and data science experts in automation of our health management information system that will enable our counties to blaze the trail in data-driven, evidence-based management, and thus accelerate our progress towards the universal health coverage and health for all. We in Kisumu are lucky in the sense that the Department of Health was very quick and ahead of time to make designs, data-based information on how to implement universal healthcare in the county. Hence the MAGWA program that Greg and his team initiated I hope the Marvel program will become a raw material for discussion in this workshop, in this session, in this training opportunity for the use of data, collection of data in the delivery and teaching in healthcare systems in our counties in the new economic bloc generally, and in the mission of Tich. It gives me therefore great pleasure to declare the harnessing routinely collected data for timely healthcare decision study officially launched.
Piga makofi mazuri tukisimama.
Now the permission of the governor still. Now let's get seated. We want to do the official launch, and I'll ask the team that are supposed to do it just to come over, please. Just hold on, Peter. Be seated. Shortly. I'll request the governor, the DG, Professor Kaseja, team here to come over for the official launch.
Kata.
Now, you will open it here. Just cut it. This ribbon. Yes. Yes. Continue. Yes, and this other side is something being launched.
Okay.
Yes. So it is not yet done. Yes.
At the heart. Very good. What do you do? Now let me read what we are launching here. Tich projects harnessing routinely collected data for timely healthcare decisions in LMICs, low middle income countries, amidst pandemics, automated bracket. Launching December 9, 2024, Tich Kisumu Milimani campus in partnership with Kiel University, not Kiel University. County of Sierra and the great county government of Kisumu.
The second session.
Sasa ni hii ni launch mazuri. Wale ambao wanataka chakula Haya. Kata msiogope. Kata msiogope. Haya. Projects harnessing routinely collected data for timely healthcare decisions in low middle income countries amid pandemics.
Where the partners come close.
Come, my darling. Make you clean again. Very good. So the next order is the food one. Weka muziki bwana. Tunakuja kutisha the program Modolo here Yes. Kuonyo vitu.
Let's go after the Jimmy Let's be upstanding for the national anthem, please.
1 of the session. The rest will continue in the absence of the governor. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning again. It's tea break, so if you just walk outside, and there's tea, coffee in the next room. So you're most welcome. It'll take about 15 minutes and then come back here. The washrooms are labeled as you look ahead here. The gents are behind. The lady, one lady is here, one gent is here. So welcome to tea.
Lewis are great people with great personalities. Yeah. We're
Lucy.
We are supposed to do 7, but what to pay for Wi-Fi. Yeah, no, actually, come on, we are all continue. Can that be very fair? People go over to but that I know not why were you but koro weka na nafasi na wakati. Sawa. Anda wanda.
No, just thought about it.
Can we ask people to come in and proceed with the next item on our agenda?
Seeds employment.
Good morning. Otherwise, I can't be heard. Yes. I request that if the other people outside please come in, because we are now starting the next session, which is stakeholder engagement. We want to dialogue with the researchers as stakeholders from our two counties and beyond. And the first session will be an overview that will be given by Professor Monica from Tich. Professor, you have the floor. If you need the
Good morning, everyone. We're just waiting for the slides to be set us. Yeah. So I'm going to start with a very brief. Overview of the project. Now. And led by Professor Yomkia, who is here with us, and Ministry of Health. We are working with both Kisumu and Siaya counties. Now, in terms of the project team, we have two core principal investigators, that is Professor Margaret Kaseje and myself, and we have a team of co-investigators leading various aspects of the project. One of my colleagues, Professor Kelvin Jordan, is not able to be here, but he's one who specializes mainly in electronic health records. So his expertise is very much core to the project. We have Professor Yomkia Chen from University of Sunderland. The Tich team, of course, being led by Professor Dan Kaseje, who is one of the main pioneers of the project. Started initial ideas some years back before we eventually managed to Professor Charles Wafula from Tich is one of the main co-investigators. Dr. Karina, Karina is here with us, also from Tich, partly with Luke as well. And of course then we have the Ministry of Health co-investigators, Dickens Onyalo from Kisumu County,
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Dickens is here with us. And of course in the morning we had a chance to meet of the investigators team. Now, also core members of the team include Dr. Tanya, right, who is the project manager from KILS. We have Jerusha, who is our data scientist and doing most of the data science aspects of the project. And we have collaborating on this important project. Now, just to give you some brief background to the project. Now, one of the main project will be able to do that because there's a lot of opportunity to use data that we collect routinely to be able to inform healthcare decisions, and that's the main focus of the project. And we hope that following this project, which we have plans to work in different components, trying to see how to strengthen capacity to be able to use data to inform healthcare decisions. Part of it, we have a pilot which, depending on the findings of that, hopefully will lead to a larger project trying to assess precisely how we can do that so that we have impact not just in the 2 counties that we have as pilot, but well beyond that to the LREF regions and hopefully across nationally. Now, part of this was motivated by some of what the WHO had highlighted in terms of the need for healthcare decisions to be informed by timely data, especially, this was particularly evident during the recent pandemics. And we plan to build on opportunities that we already saw during that time, how data could be used to inform timely decision making, to see how we can do that on a routine basis more systematically. And the main aim of the project is to strengthen health systems in low and middle income countries, of course starting with Kenya, to be able to see how digitalization might help us in achieving some of the goals for ensuring that data can be processed and analyzed more in a timely way to be able to inform healthcare decisions. We have 3 main objectives, starting with the first one, which is to establish current capacity to use data or evidence for healthcare decisions. And here we have an illustrative example where we are using COVID-19 impact on maternal, neonatal, and child health as an illustrative example where we plan to analyze the data just to be able to see how data that is collected routinely can inform healthcare decisions. The next objective is to develop digital health and intelligent data tools that would help facilitate or enhance data access and interpretation so that decision makers are able to make use of it to inform their decisions. And the final part will involve a pilot to assess feasibility of digitalization or what role digitalization will make in terms of enabling us process the data more efficiently and be able to use that data to inform decisions. Now the project, to achieve those, we have a number of, I would say, work packages. We've split this into 3 components of the study for us to be able to achieve our objectives, starting with the first work package or work stream, which focuses on establishing current capacity to be able to use data. The second will be focusing on trying to develop digital health and intelligent data tools. And the first work stream will focus on the pilot and feasibility study. Now, since we are going to have sessions that are going to focus on each of those work streams, I'm not going to spend much time going through them, but just to highlight that we have work stream 1, which as I've indicated, will be focusing on assessing current capacity, because it's good to start to see where we are starting from, to see what we can build on, to be able to see how we can improve the systems. While the second work package is a little bit more technical and will be involving the co-development of some of the data tools or digital health and data science tools that can enable us achieve some of our objectives more so in terms of enabling us access the data, process it, and present it in a format that those decision makers would be able to make use of that. And of course, the final work package, which involves the pilot, which assesses the feasibility of the digitalization, which is already ongoing within the country, but we are trying to see how best to improve on that or enhance the digital health aspect to be able to enable us achieve the objectives I've just mentioned in terms of timely access of data to inform decisions. And we are hoping that overall the potential impact following the project, we will be able to obtain findings that would inform efforts aimed at developing appropriate data digitalization and visualization tools not just in Kenya, but a number of low and middle income countries which face precisely similar challenges to us. So we are hoping the impact of the project well beyond the 2 counties that we are working on to Kenya and hopefully wider sub-Saharan Africa and even the rest of the other low and middle income countries that face similar challenges to us. So thank you very much. This was just to give you a fairly brief overview, but we'll have an opportunity to go through the respective work streams to understand more about the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Monica, for that presentation. Is there any question asking for clarification? Discussion, we are going to have opportunity to discuss each work stream when they are presented. But if there is something that we did not quite get, I'll give you half a second. Oh, no, half a minute. Okay, in my culture, silence is consent. So we have had everything. So now we will move on to the presentation of work streams. And in this one, we will ask our colleagues to present for about 10 minutes, and we'll give you 30 minutes to now interrupt, ask questions, and go deeper into what is entailed in that work stream. Each work stream addresses a specific objective. So we are starting with the first objective or the first work stream that will be presented to us by Dr. Wright and Karina. Drs. Wright and Karina.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tanya Wright. I was born here in Nairobi and lived here from my childhood, so I feel like I'm finally home again after a very long time. Welcome. Thank you. So I'm going to present just a very brief overview of Work Package 1. So Work Package 1 is the foundation of the broader project, and the broader project, as Monica has already presented, is designed to strengthen health systems, particularly in low and middle income countries, and to improve preparedness and responsiveness to both ongoing and future pandemics or epidemics. So the project will tap into existing health surveillance systems to use routinely collected data, health facility data, focusing on maternal, neonatal and child health. The goal is to embed a sustainable data infrastructure that informs timely, evidence-based decision-making. So the aim of Work Package 1 is to establish the current county capacity to use data or evidence for healthcare decisions, and it will be using COVID-19 and maternal, neonatal and child health care outcomes for illustration. So the focus will be on the 2 counties of Siaya and Kisumu, as we have heard this morning, and there are 5 key steps for Work Package 1. The first is to establish current county capacity to access or use routine data for healthcare decisions, and then to develop and test a feasible, accurate process for extracting data, and also assessing the quality of the data extracted. So it's no good having data if it's not good quality data. And then we are going to hopefully develop protocols for standardizing the data entry and extraction, and this will help to ensure high quality data. And finally, we will use an illustrative example of data analysis to showcase its ability to inform policy and practice. So this first step, the assessment of current capacity, this aims to establish the nature of current maternal, neonatal and child health records, whether the data currently meets the requirements of the users and whether they adhere to best practice and international standards. So this will involve evaluating the current ability of counties to access, to interpret and to use health data for timely and informed healthcare decisions. The assessment will identify any gaps in data literacy, gaps in data infrastructure, and gaps in workflow processes in Siaya and Kisumu counties. And this is crucial for understanding how well counties are positioned to make evidence-based healthcare decisions and maybe where improvements might be necessary. So in this first stage of Work Package 1, we will collect both quantitative and qualitative data. And the quantitative data will be collected via a cross-sectional survey of data management readiness. And then data will be collected on key performance indicators, such as facility-based births, maybe antenatal care, indicators for antenatal care, indicators for postnatal care, and then infant-child vaccination rates. And then the qualitative element will collect interview data from key informants. So this will focus on the availability and adequacy of technical resources, informants' views on the status of technical infrastructure, and also the extent to which routinely collected data is used in decision making. So that was the next slide. I think if we can move on to the next slide. It's not coming yet. Do you want to plug my laptop in and then just use... There we go. So that's the quantitative, 2 steps in the quantitative, where we'll do the cross-sectional survey of data management readiness, and then this will be using data that we collect on key performance indicators rather than collecting data on just everything. And then the qualitative is our interviews, where we will collect evidence and views from key informants. So next slide. The next stage after that will be to develop tools and protocols for data extraction and the assessment of data quality. So these tools will facilitate the extraction of data from systems such as the District Health Information Software 2 and the Kenya Health Information System, ensuring that the data can be consistently used for analysis and decision-making processes. This will standardize data collection practices across counties. It helps to reduce data inconsistencies and it will improve overall data quality. The quality of the extracted data will be assessed and will focus on quality dimensions of completeness, accuracy, consistency, reliability and timeliness. In this part of Work Package 1, we will also train data clerks to use data extraction tools and to assess and maintain the quality of the data. And this training step is really central to the project because it ensures that the data handlers have the skills and tools necessary to maintain the data quality, and this will directly contribute to better health outcomes. And finally, procedures for linking and harmonizing data from various sources will be developed to create a more integrated and accessible health data system. And this is crucial for creating a unified digital health system that supports efficient and timely decision-making at the county level. So this may involve, for example, the introduction of a unique health identifier that identifies a person, and then they take that identifier throughout all of their interactions with the healthcare. And the final step in Work Package 1 is the illustrated analysis. So this demonstrates the practical application of collected data. And so we will conduct an illustrative analysis on maternal, newborn and child health data. The analysis will focus on areas such as maternal mortality, immunization coverage, among others, which will provide concrete examples of how improved data quality and availability can lead to actionable insights and better healthcare outcomes. So the illustrative analysis will look at the following research questions. So the first, what is the direct and indirect impact of COVID-19 on the MNCH care and outcomes in the study setting? Which population subgroups are most at risk? And then finally, how has the impact been moderated by socio-demographic and contextual factors? And finally, at the end of Work Package 1, findings will be disseminated to our stakeholders via seminars, conferences, and hopefully publications. So thank you for listening. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Tanya, for excellent presentation. I think the floor is open for reactions. You can react in 3 ways. One, you can repeat what you have heard. One important point you have heard and you like what you have heard. 2, you can identify what you have not heard, what you hope you would have heard but you didn't, or you have a question for something to be explained more. Lastly, you can add something you think should also be considered. Okay, the floor is open to any of us who would like to take the floor. I need a young colleague to be moving this budget around. Okay, there are several young colleagues here. They are responding. Okay, anyone would like to take the floor? To react? Yes, thank you.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Professor has made it easier. We can just repeat what we have heard and say what we did not hear. But thank you so much. I'm so excited about this. I just want to give a comment that this is, I think, the right time to do this. Many years ago, we went through a system like this in nursing, as Professor introduced myself, that I was in charge of nursing in this country in terms of regulations. And people came in to do things like they want to introduce a Bachelor of Science in nursing, but they have no evidence. Why would we start it? Who would be the beneficiary? Would it be viable? What do we do? So we started by establishing a minimum data set for nursing so that we answer those questions. And we just had 2 objectives. One was to establish that minimum data set to answer those questions, but 2 also to capacity build our nurses to be able to participate in policy, and so this resonates very, very well. What we found out was that we had so much data. In fact, if you see our first photos, we had a whole place like this with files and files and files. For example, I'm a registered nurse, but I'm also a registered mental nurse. I also have a Bachelor of Science. I also have a Master's. And so my name would be in 4 files. So to collapse this into one took a long, long time. And one of the things that I did here, I know you were looking for quality in terms of consistency, timeliness, and so on. But we found out there's also the completeness of the data was a problem. That's one. 2, from the health sector, those who are on the ground will say it better because I left that space in the 80s. They collect so much that it has become a routine that they spend more time with the papers than with the patients. And that is not good. So what we are trying to do, I think for me, is excellent. So that people can spend more time with the patients that matter, because that's why we went to training to improve the outcomes and not to spend more time with the papers. Does it make sense? It does. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that remark. I think we'll take 2 or 3 more before I return to the presenters. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. I think you made our work very easy. I think there's one key thing that I got out of it is that of the unique identifier. So my question would be, you know, currently we're doing quite a lot of work with the Digital Health Agency, and our ZDA is a member of that board. And one of the key responsibilities is that every patient has that unique identifier. So it's a similar program really ongoing in the national. So how will you harmonize so that you don't end up with your own, having your own unique identifier, while in the national program you're still also getting the same thing? Thank you.
Thank you for an excellent question. Can we get an third comment before I return to this table? Anyone?
Thank you. I'm glad you are thinking of qualitative data, key informants, and probably FDDs, if you can. How do we make standardize that for, say, accounting?
May I invite some kind of response?
Thank you for those questions. I may not be able to answer all of them. Completeness is going to be one of the quality indicators that we are looking at. So we have several, and we will go into how we're assessing quality of data and discuss it more, I think, in tomorrow's program. In terms of unique health identifiers, there is a plan. I'm not an expert. I think Karina could maybe answer this better than me, but the plan would be to harmonize any unique identifiers. It needs to be a harmonized system where they take that wherever they are in the system. So that will, part of what we're looking at is how to link that and harmonize it. So that will certainly be part of work package 1. In terms of standardizing qualitative data, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I don't have a direct answer to that, but I think what we are referring to in terms of qualitative data is the qualitative data we'll be collecting during the project to try to understand what the main barriers are to being able to use data to inform decisions. So we are hoping to get some advice from the key stakeholders, those who are on ground, and are in the system, understand the system quite well, to be able to give us some guidance in terms of how they see the system working well, so that when we try, for instance, whether it's trying to come up with standard tools for data extraction, we'll have had a chance to talk to those who are, say, the data managers, who know precisely how the current system works, to see how those systems can be improved. So in terms of the qualitative data, it was mainly in relation to what we are planning to do during the research itself, rather than the qualitative data that will be collected routinely. I don't know if I got it.
Thank you very much. Let me also mention that this is only the first day, and we are going to spend a whole day on each of these work packages. Today we are going to run through them quickly, and we may appear a bit superficial now and then, but tomorrow we shall be discussing work package 1 the whole day. On Tuesday we shall be discussing work package 2 the whole day, and on Wednesday we shall be discussing 3 again the whole day. The intention is to listen carefully to each one of you is coming with the knowledge of what is. So what my colleague was wondering about, we will hear that before we come up with anything new. You are the expert. We will listen to what is already designed and build on what is already designed. So the co-creation of what we will then try to test is a real exercise of inviting all of us to participate in that process. And we have 2 colleagues who are part of the research team, Dr. Dickens from Kisumu and Dr. Ken from Siaya, and they are part of the team. I'm not going to say if anything goes wrong, blame them. But I'm going to say that all of us present here, we are coming in with unique knowledge and familiarity of what there is, so that we do not develop something redundant, irrelevant. We want to build on what there is, and to build that so that we can improve the system, not displace the system. Okay, so tomorrow we will have enough time to really go deep. We are even working in, this is why you are seated the way you are. We will divide ourselves into groups to look into details of what there is first of all, before we come in with what can be improved. Thank you. Any other questions on that presentation? Okay. Can we then move on to the second presentation? I believe that is on work package 2. And Professor Newton. Yes. And Madam
Okay, while we're waiting for that to load in, just add some few comments to the previous questions. So I'm the technical mind in this team. For the unique ID, that's quite common problems when we have multiple sources of data we're trying to merge. So that's something we are here trying to understand what the current systems are, what kind of IDs perhaps you are using with different systems. We know that there are at least 5 systems currently collecting information, not alone to those manually collected data in CIA. So that is the main purpose. When we know what the challenges are, we're trying to bring some practices, not only from Kenya, but also from UK. So like the National Health Insurance, the NHS system in UK. So each patient has their unique IDs. So that might be something we can create brand new identical systems, or we can merge with existing systems. So that's one of the purpose. For the standardization as well, I think what we aim to do in this one, part of workstream 1 as well as workstream 2. So we're trying to assess the qualities of the data. So for the completeness, many times, say if you go to the hospitals, today I'm checking my heart rate or blood pressure, but I don't check in the other things. But another time I check in some other symptoms. I get a flu, so I get my temperatures. So it's always incomplete for those kind of data. So there are some techniques we can use, but fundamentally we want to see what is happening, what we have, what we can. So we will facilitate some of the tools in order to collect those information. Just for routinely collected, but maybe we can do some intervention to the data collection process. So just ensure we have as much completeness as data as possible. And then we can start to standardize some of those protocols. Might not be everything, but it's our help trying to create some kind of definitions or some kind of compatibility, interoperability issues with those data to get some more standardized. This is not a one project can solve or one day we can solve, but we have the plans during this project to collect information, to set up some of the policies or some of the practices, best practices for the future. So that's a really good starting point for our project, and we are hoping that in the future we can get more, and maybe in 5-10 years we can say yes, the data is here to present to us, unique to everyone. You get everything you want, and when the symptom comes, I'm not only know that today you got this measurement, but 10 years ago you got a similar measurement. We know that your health is maybe deteriorating or you're improving. Okay, so just quick comment for that. It's well loaded now. Thank you. So this is work stream 2. I'm leading this work stream along with Jerusa. Is she there? Yes, she's there, so ready for taking any challenging questions on behalf of me. Okay, so that's the main aim of these work streams. We're really trying to leverage the data we collected. So that could be raw data or incomplete data, whatever data we have. So some of the data is ready to use, some are not. So what our purpose or aim of this package, work package, is trying to helping the decision makers, the caretakers, or the peoples to be able to see the value of the data, to see the information of the data. So I'm not sure whether you understand the difference between data and information. Just a quick question. What's the difference between data and information? Are they the same? No, not everyone agree. So what's the main difference? I think you all got the ideas. You know that the data, it can't be raw data. When I see the data, ones and zeros, no one understands, right? But when those turns into information, to a message, say welcome to Kenya, everyone understand. So what we are here trying to identify tools or creating visualization tools to visualize, to organize all those data we are available from different sources, different type of information. It can be digitalized or texture or picture or whatever, like histories of the records. So those data, we're trying to turn this into useful information for the decision makers, for different levels of authorities of peoples. For the doctors, they might want just to know the history or a graph or how the changes of their heart rate over time. For decision makers, they might not be interested with those. So the information for them is just see any potential chances for new pandemics coming. So they want to see another level of information. So what we're trying to do in this work package is trying to organize the data, make a good visualization of those. Okay, yeah. So that's why we break this down into multiple objectives. The first objective is carry on with the data we collected from work stream 1 in order to ensure the completeness, accuracy, and also their timelessness, consistency, and also they are reliably collected. So we ensure all the quality of this data before we send them into our artificial intelligence or our smart kind of decision-making systems. So as you know, the machine learning or AIs, they just statistics values from the data. So it will be garbage in, garbage out. So we will make sure the data is collected are high quality, so they can make right decisions. So that is the first fundamental steps we're taking to assess all this quality of the data we get from the first work package. And then the second one, for the work stream 2 is quite development intensive. So we're trying to do some real development of work, do all those coding, maybe writing those web tools, either integrate existing tools or APIs, or create some bespoke tools for us if they are not existing already. So, but this really, just provide very user-friendly data framework or data visualization tools for the different stakeholders to use and help them, support them to make decisions. Not only the raw data presented, but we're also trying to find some insight from the data to provide a higher level information to those different level of stakeholders with the trends and with the various patterns. Another part of our mission in this work stream is trying to deliver some trainings. Not only like we do something in our dark room, but also we want to go out to offer the knowledges and the tools, what they can do, and how you're supposed to use them to maximum the values of the tools we are going to develop. Otherwise, it just be shelved on the back. You never get into use or make the real value of it. And also, we recognize the gaps of the knowledges of different stakeholders. So we're trying to identify what are the challenges, what are the gaps during maybe the day after tomorrow. So we'll have a whole day trying to identify. So this is actually a kind of call for you to start think about your questions, okay, and also challenges you face in this type of tools you would like them to be, how you would like them to help you. So we need your help for us to help you. So so trying to think about just plant a seed in your mind. So we'll get more questions or answers today. And also we're trying to deploy some pilot studies in the countries, okay, especially in the Sierra County. Struggling to spell that name. Okay, and also we are trying to disseminate some them through workshops, forums, and also potentially some publications. There's some really good work there, so we're expecting some high quality publication as well. Thank you. So you see, data into information basically now, and then into actionable insights. So that's our mission, our key drive for these work streams. Especially use them in health systems, trying to make more resilience, more quick response. Okay. And based on those objectives, we have break down our activities in these 8, 9 activities. So the first activity, trying to assess the quality of data, especially for the maternity, newborn and child health in CIM. And then we develop analytics tools in the activity 2. So that's the big activities within these work streams. And also, we don't want to just design the tools from our technical perspective. We want this to be friendly. What that means? That means it's something you recognize, you find it's useful. So we try to embrace code design completely. So we want to bring you from the first day. So this is our lunch meeting, and the day after tomorrow, we bring you in this project, trying to get your opinions. What you like the system to be. So that's completely embrace the code design into the project. So that's participatory design. So try to engage every stakeholders as much as we can to listen to your opinions. So we take that feedback, comments, and then we start to do something. And also the user training is one dedicated activities to deliver trainings, and also trying to pilot and also scale up the tools we have developed, used into perhaps different counties or different regions, especially in CIM. Okay. And then the last one will be some disseminations, maybe in some conference or different local dissemination workshops, such as this one. So the main innovations we expected for this work streams in order to bring changes are, first is the design. Okay, we want to co-creation. So we want to make sure this is relevant to our local needs here, not something in different countries. Every country has different facilities, hardware or software or people. So we want this one to meet the relevant, to be relevant and also meet your needs. So that's one of our first innovation. Secondly, so we were trying to also apply some AI models. So my background is AI in digital health. So trying to apply the AI models, data-driven. So in order to provide the insights, we provide some good practices or good models available from the other research or expertise backgrounds as into here. So in order to address, to provide some kind of trainings or gaps of the knowledges. Last processes established in some of the cities or in the Sierra County. So as a result, so that's one of our kind of missions here. So this is a very brief. This is not established ones, just illustration of what we're trying to do. Right? So it's trying to have some kind of dashboard. We listed, say for example, if you go to the hospital, right? You can see the different departments, what is happening within each department, and also for the visits for the different emergency department, from like pediatrics or cardiologists, so different type of things. We have this kind of real dashboard. Okay, so that can be tailored, bespoke to the project. And behind this is what the real innovations will be, right? So it's not just display the data as it is, but trying to do some statistics, some data analytics, and make use of the great knowledge from Jerusha to create models in order to bring as useful as informative information to you, to bring some insights. So we are expecting this kind of impacts or benefits. So once the quality of data collected will be improved, and also that will help you for very timely decision making. But it's quite semi-real times. So because we need to analyze a lot of not only the information you taking immediately, but also the historic information. Sometimes, there are cases that we need to retrieve the information from the different systems, so that's of real time. It can be milliseconds, it can be a few minutes. So that's also some standardization things to bring our understanding each same to make as efficient as possible. And the last one is, or is the main aim of the project entire is to strengthening the health systems, make it more sustainable, and make it for into the stakeholders. So that's kind of impacts. So the next steps, this is really a high-level rough timelines for the data quality assessment. And in Q3, we're trying to finalize the dashboard pillars in the CIF and also Kisumu counties. And by Q4, we're trying to complete the training of data managers and also data clerks on digitalization procedures. Okay, so the role really, I mean, from our side here is trying to be as collaborative, as cooperative as possible, as the governor of the participate in building the capacities you wish. So we want to see the wish list from your side. And also, if you could provide as much as feedbacks or not about to address or tackle all the challenges within this project, but in long term. As long as we know there's a target there, we're trying to find some route and trying to find resources. So that is what, your insights and collaborations from the different angles will help us and make sure our success and sustainability of this innovation. Talking from normal collaborations, just really trying to say that we need your feedback. We need you to be part of our design process. Okay, so how together? I mean, we will first data into information, okay, and also trying to by enhancing the data quality and also building this into our work, trying to use these work streams to lay some foundations to improve and strengthening the health systems in Kenya. I think that's all for the presentation.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Very clear. Now we understand what is in work stream. Understand. We have a few more minutes available for reactions, for questions, for comments, for inputs. Did we hear something? You heard something? Okay. What did you hear, for example?
I heard that it is so deep and it requires those fellows with a lot of IT, not people who are born before computers. But you need us. You need us to ask you the tough questions so that then you are able to analyze, co-design. I also heard that you are not bringing things from Sunderland to deposit with us, but we, Siaya and Kisumu, yes, we need to be part and parcel so that it makes sense. That's what I heard. But it is deep, and we are going to use AI to make sense and make timely decisions. When it comes to AI, I want to listen very carefully because it is the way to go. We cannot avoid it. We need to adapt it. And so I'm keen. I'll miss class that day, but I'll hear what people will have said. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so the floor has been opened, the ice has been broken. So let's hear more responses. No responses? Did I see a hand?
Maybe I can ask.
Yes,
Get to answer something.
Yes.
My name is, too close to the other one. Dr. Menga from Nyakat, Kisumu County. Looking at what we are trying to come up with, just wondering, have we looked at what is already existing?
We are going to do that. That's one of our main tasks the day after tomorrow.
So, okay, then I think I'm well answered.
Okay, so we are saying that's why we have a whole day workshop together, so that we understand what they are, see where strengthening is needed, and so on. So that's tomorrow. We shall spend the whole day on work stream 1, and the next day we shall spend the whole day on. Any other comments from that back there? Oh yeah.
Before we go to the back benches.
Yeah, please.
Now, I think a critical thing is on dashboards. Because for a long time, we have been piloting something in one of our wards in North Center, where we've digitized all the facilities. But one of the things we've not been able to come with is award-based dashboards. Because we say health is involved, but now we need to go deeper. Most of the data we have is at the sub-county level. So we need actually to go up to the ward level. That is what we now use for advocacy and all these other things. So I think it's actually a good thing that we might get some, because we've been talking a lot about it, but they've not actually been able to do it. So maybe through this, we might actually now be able to really develop this dashboard and cascade it down. Thank you.
We will definitely have you two there for the day after tomorrow.
Yes.
I could have missed it, but I'm looking at the entire process of data collection. Somebody talked about, I think, the previous presenter. Are we willing to come in with resources to ensure the data collection is digitized, so to speak? Or are we coming with the software bit minus the hardware? What resources are available to us, basically? When we digitize data collection, at the facilities, the community level, are we ready to support the hardware? Is there support for hardware, so to speak? For data, for data bundles, or maybe I'm jumping the gun?
I don't know that. Yeah. Okay. I think we have had the question, isn't it? So if there's another one, then I come this way, and so that we don't engage individuals, but I think the elements have been taken care of, and we will come back to you. Any other remarks? Or if no one, then forever hold your peace? No, hold your peace only for a few hours, so we can come back to it. And we shall have a lot of time to be able to respond. Okay, so let me open up to my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I think that is a really good questions. So for now, as what we have in the titles, is we are trying to harness the routinely already collected data, so turn that into insights. So mainly using the software visualization tools or analytic tools or existing softwares, APIs we can use. So when we have not really thought about creating new facilities or or hardwares to be installed to the counties to collect the information. But I'm not ruling out, especially for our, Monica and also Margaret. Yeah, so I'm not commenting on that, but
I can just make a quick comment. It's good that we had the county, the two counties represented here. So any recommendations or any results that will come up, of course, we'll have to inform them, and they'll have to make informed decision, even regarding data bundles, regarding human resource, regarding hardware. I think our role, our key role is to just find out what is happening and how to make it better in terms of digitalization of data. When it comes to now doing a practical bit of it to support, I think we rely very heavily on our partners from the county and of course the decision makers in the health sector.
No, I think Professor Margaret has covered that quite well, but I also just wanted to add that what we are planning to do, we have a small pilot as part of the project where we are hoping that if the findings from that do suggest that maybe the Kenyan system is ready for the digitalization, we are hoping then to be able to obtain sufficient resources to enable a much bigger evaluation that would certainly, if we are going to implement that, would require that hardware is taken into account even in the overall the evaluation project itself. But that is something that will come following this, because for this first stage we are hoping to work with available resources to try and see how the system can be improved, to try to see if it can work before we can convince even those we would approach to obtain resources to be able to convince them to invest that is something that is worth investing in. Thank you.
I think I heard that in the pilot where the research team will be needing certain data, I believe that we will participate in making that possible in terms of whatever hardware or bundles might be needed for the pilot. Yeah, but I think what we are talking about is that we will do it for a county as such, but for the research information for pilot, I'm sure that will be included in the budget that we have. Yeah. And the element which has not been answered completely is that, again, in the pilot, we will be working on mechanisms that might make data use at the local level possible. I think that's the word level kind of engagement. I think that is very, very useful. Part of the problem we have is data is collected to be taken, sent away, not to be used. And I think that's a culture that we would like to transform so that data can be used as close to where it is collected as possible. And others then learn from what we are actually applying and using at the local levels. I hope that that is right. Okay, so if we do not have anything more, then we have the last substantial presentation before lunch. I hope there is someone who can make us stand up and jump a little bit before that presentation is made. Who volunteers to do that? There are people who are good in telling people to touch the ceiling, and then touch the floor, and touch the ceiling. How can I do that? Why don't you stand and touch the ceiling? Try to touch this. Touch the floor. Thank you. Touch the seat. Touch the seat. Touch the floor. Thank you very much. Now we will go to the work stream number 2. To be presented to us by Professor Monica and Charles. Professors Monica and Charles.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, in this final session before lunch, I'll start off with the first part, and then Professor Charles Wafola will come on to complete the second part of the presentation. We've already started talking about some of what is covered here, which is the pilots that we are planning to have, which is the final work package. Now this will be informed mainly by what will have happened in the first 2 work streams, but we're just going to share with you what currently we have in plan and invite your comments or suggestions or ideas as to how this might be most useful for future, or for the next steps of the project. Now, someone did ask whether we are taking into consideration what is ongoing already, because when we were trying to develop the project, we had, first of all, to establish what is currently ongoing. And actually, we noted that there are numerous kind of digital health innovations that are going on in the country, but for one reason or another, they are not able to inform processes that would enable such innovation, make a big difference in terms of enabling us to use data for decisions. First of all, we noted that most of these projects, some of these innovations are rarely evaluated. So you find a digital health innovation that is being implemented, but it's not evaluated to establish how well it's working or what in it is working or what can be scaled. So for that reason, we find they cannot be scaled up, and also few of them have been implemented in non-urban settings. We came across quite a few, for instance, implemented in Nairobi, where some evaluation had been done to show how effective they were, but very few of them have been undertaken in rural settings where probably there's even greater need to improve health outcomes, and we thought that it would be desirable to try and understand more in the rural setup what really can be done to improve the systems. I think we're still on the previous slide. I think the other thing we noted that some of the innovations, the digital health innovations, were being implemented but with very little government involvement, such that the lack of stewardship from the government meant that it did get the support it needed for it to be, even if it showed some promising results. So for that to be scaled up, would require the resources to be able to do that. And I think if we don't work very closely with government departments, we will not be able to achieve that. And that is one reason we felt the need, or for this particular project, we are working very closely with the Ministry of Health, who are part and parcel of the research, the investigation team, and in that way they are able to provide the input that is needed to be able to see how best what is being planned in the country can be improved. Now in terms of, sorry, could we go back a couple of slides? Yeah, in terms of this particular project, yeah, the next one, we are trying to see how we can build on the on existing work that is already ongoing to try to see how we can build on that to be able to improve the systems. And we are going to have a pilot of, first of all, trying to understand the implementation of digital health, how that works, and what scope that may have in terms of it being able to enhance use of data processing and access by policymakers or decision makers for us to be able to make a difference or improve the system or improve overall health outcomes. So the main objectives here would be, first of all, we want to pilot the implementation of the digital health system that is already ongoing. And what we are planning to do is have more of an enhanced digital health system, because we understand there's already a lot going on, but we want to have some enhancements to see what difference that will make. Assess readiness of the Kenyan healthcare system to implement an electronic healthcare or health data capture that makes it easy to process the data that is routinely collected. Assess suitability of the digital health intervention processes, as well as cost effectiveness. Professor Wafula will talk more about the cost effectiveness aspect of it. Now, in terms of the approach we are using, in terms of the overall design of this final or last stream of the project, where we are trying to carry out the pilot, we want to compare two counties, one where we are going to have more of an enhanced digital system, and one where things continue as they are currently, and try to see what difference that makes and at what cost, which of course Professor Wafula will talk about in greater detail. This thing will involve use of both quantitative and qualitative data. In terms of, we are hoping that following the pilot, we'll be able to get results that can inform a full evaluation to try to understand precisely how the system or how digitalization can help improve timely decisions in the healthcare system. Now, in terms of the quantitative data that we are proposing to do, because we understand we cannot do work with everything, there's a lot of data that is being captured, so we've chosen to focus on one particular area, and the area we are going to focus on is maternal and child health care and outcomes, where we'll use existing data for us to be able to do that. For the pilot, we are planning to collect data or capture the data quarterly and try to see how that translates into, can be translated into the information that then decision makers are able to use. So we have a whole range of outcome measures relating to maternal and child health that we plan to use for that purpose. For qualitative data, in addition to what we have had in Workstream 1, where we'll be having some qualitative interviews to understand what the current capacity is or what the challenges are, we are also planning to have further qualitative interviews during the pilot evaluation to understand feasibility, in terms of feasibility of digital health system, and we plan to carry out again, have key informant interviews with more the key stakeholders in terms of including decision makers, including the data managers and people who probably face particular challenges in terms of being able to use the data for healthcare decisions. Some of the issues, of course, have come up during our initial discussions, but we are hoping very much that during this workshop, where there are many stakeholders involved, we'll be able to get your input as to what issues probably we should be focusing on and likely to make a difference in terms of our overall findings. I think at this point I'll pass on to Professor Wafula to cover, talked about and qualitative that. Professor Wafula is going to cover the cost effectiveness.
Thank you, Prof. So continuing from there, in terms of the cost effectiveness study, what we're saying is that we recognize that the design of the intervention is going to be heavily leveraging on existing systems, and therefore as much as possible there is the resources. But we are aware that however much we try to make it leverage on what is existing, that the reality is that some new costs will emerge or some additional costs will emerge. And for that reason, we then now, in the evaluation, to make it complete, we plan to conduct a cost-effective study. In our cost-effective study, as Prof. Magadi has put it, is that this is really going to be elaborated well once work package 1 and 2 are fully designed, because we are heavily depending on the tasks and the designs and the structures that the work package 1 and 2 would have been brought on board in terms of what tasks are going to take place. So for us, therefore, our main objective shall be basically we want to evaluate and determine the effectiveness of this intervention in terms of improving the use of the services that we are talking about. In this slide, we have put an indication that will go up to outcome, but the extent of design for the pilot study, for the initial stage, it does look like we shall focus on the cost effectiveness of delivering the services. And so for that reason, we shall be focusing on Roman number 1, because that is what is more intermediate in terms of what will arise from the activities that will be taking place. And so for us to be able to do this and determine the additional cost that arises from that, we will have to do a very thorough cost structure mapping on the basis of what is currently existing after our design in work package 1 and 2 is ready. Then we shall firstly be determining the additional tasks that we are bringing on board, but also we shall be determining the intensity of the activities that then needs to be carried out compared to the traditional current level of activities that we are carrying out. And after we've done that, we're then going to come up with a design of then how do we capture those costs. In terms of the costs, we are aware that there are going to be 2 types of costs. One which is relatively easy to capture, which is called the direct cost. Those ones are the ones we expense and we're able to capture from the cost that we've paid. But heavily for health system, there's going to be a cost that we must adopt and use the standardized costs. For example, where we have additional service delivery and we need to capture and measure that particular cost, then in this case, we're going to also be adopting standardized costs, which have been developed fairly well for Kenya as well, and we have all those costs. So we shall be using all those costs. Once we have determined all the types of tasks that will be going on at each level, right from the health facility to up to the county level, depending on the design, how it will look like, then we, for each level, we are going to come out with clearly how we capture those costs including the two types of costs that I've talked about. Now, then, in the end, we'll be wanting to compare the cost versus the result. In the cost effectiveness, the main one, because we have in intervention and comparison counties, we shall be heavily looking at the additional outcome or services, which in costing are called marginal. So we shall be looking for the addition on top of what is primarily happening in the control county. And arriving from there, then we should be able to work out the extent to which the result of the intervention is creating value for money, or is it in fact an expensive one? Because we know one of the challenge for uptake of interventions is the cost element. And so we're careful about that, and that's one of the reasons we are hoping that as much as possible, bulk of the activities shall be arising from what is currently happening, so that the additional cost is not so much. But in the process, of course, in the design, some of the questions like you're already asking will help us to identify what then is required to run this kind of a program, like the hardwares we're talking about, the softwares we're talking about, and then the traditional costs of human resource and other materials that are required to be able to run or to collect the data and dialogue around, analyze, then dialogue, and all the costs that go with that. Also, of course, then what costs come with the additional decisions that we are making. But then all is compared with the additional result that we generated because of the intervention, and we are able to say whether the intervention actually makes sense in terms of economics or in terms of investment. For that is important for the policymakers, because they'll be asking for every shilling we invest, how much are we expecting to generate? So this is therefore, in summary, what we are going to be doing. This is what I have basically summarized. If you want, you can move to the last slide. So this is what I've talked about, including the use of standardized costs for areas or for additional work that will arise, which traditionally is not possible for you to cost in its entirety. And so we shall be using the health system standard costs that have been developed. But we're going then to ensure that we have used the best practice for cost-effective studies to be able to compare our result with other areas or countries and other studies that are existing. So in terms of our reporting, we're going to do what is called translation into standardized processes like discounting, but also we're going to be trying to report in what you call ingredient or simplified approach, where we can compare various specific cost lines and the extent to which they have contributed to the entire cost structure. And that is also important because then it makes sense to compare how it is currently running in the Ministry of Health. So basically, in summary, that is going to be the frame of what we're going to be doing in cost effectiveness, but to be comprehensively completed after work package 1 and 2. Thank you very much. And with that, I was given an additional task that now I collect your questions, I collect what you have heard, and I collect anything else you want to add in. So who is the first? Who wants to be the first? Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm happy you are talking of baby care, but there is a certain group which is very expensive. Babies born too soon.
Thank you very much. I think we can capture all the about 3 or 4 questions and we respond. Any other? Any other? Yes, thank you.
Thank you once again. I'm alive to the fact that Kisumu County is the control group, a very honorable, role we've been given. I'm just wondering, what restrictions, if I may call them, do you put to your control group? Are we allowed to develop similar interventions, so to speak? Like my brother is talking about one of his facilities. Will you restrict what they can do, or we can as well implement the same things if somebody comes up and we should do the same? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Question also.
Maybe just on that. Currently, I think, like you say, a lot is changing in digitization within the last 1 year, because of the Digital Health Act and all these other things. So, how do you take care of the confounding? Because there are a lot of the digitization going nationally. It's a national program, you can't stop it. So how do you take care of that? Just flying from what my colleague others. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Then anyone else at the back? All right. So there is one here. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. So then we shall attempt to respond to the 3 questions. One is a very complicated one, and we shall attempt. But the second one, I think I will leave for Prof. Monica to respond to any restrictions, and in the process you can tackle the confounding utilization. But let me attempt on the baby born too slowly, too soon. Intervention, and we've mapped out the practical results, what you call the intermediate result from the service. From the experts, they should be in a position, and using the sample size that we now have. Now we know we are using one sub-county. The extent to which that then would form a basis for us to capture sufficiency in terms of data to be able to aggregate. So what I'm saying is that when we are finished, one of the things that we are going to map out is really the intermediate results and the happenings after the services. And then we are able to actually factor those in terms of our end result for purposes of evaluation and comparison for costs. Now, the ones that we are, of course, outright were more the service delivery and service uptake, because that's what they come from. But in terms of other events that will happen, then we're going to also look at the history, for example, of the 2 counties, and see the extent to which, because we are covering the whole county in terms of the primary healthcare facilities, which in Siaya, I don't know, could be about 50 or 20, I don't know, somewhere around there. I don't know if all the clinics have become equivalent of level 3 in Siaya now. If we have all the clinics having been converted to level 3, then we have a good sample size. But if we are talking about maybe something in the region of about 12, then we want to see the feasibility that gives us the numbers that then we can use for purposes of us determining and ascertaining that. So that is how I can respond on that, but Prof, you can add more.
Yes, I don't think I have anything to add to that, but I just wanted to respond to two of the queries, questions raised. First, regarding Kisumu's control.
A robust IT team taking care of the equipment, you know, the machine is dusting, there's some maintenance. So which aspect are you going to look at? All these scenarios? Are we going to lease, you know, desktop, laptops, and all those machines? Yes.
Thank you very much for that good question. Yes, in fact, those are some of the main things that we shall be capturing in terms of what is currently happening with respect to managing and maintaining a system like this one. So in respect of data capture, we'll capture all. Now what might be different is simply how we are going to be capturing it. But in terms of data capture, we want to capture as much as all the costs that is being incurred for us to run a system like this. Because we've got to bring the total cost of that so that we are able, therefore, to say how much additional then this intervention brings and check against it versus the marginal additional results that we'll be getting. So we are going to capture all those. Thank you. Okay, now I hand over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professors Charles and Monica, for that final session. And I'm pleased to report that we have performed a miracle. That we started almost 2 hours late and we have caught up. We were supposed to break for lunch at 1:15 and it is exactly around 1:15. So we have 45 minutes to grab something to eat and we come back at 2 to continue. Any announcement around lunch?
Just before lunch, we want to take a group photo. So Mr. Shem, who is in charge of this process, will guide us. Where do you want us to go before we go for lunch?
Just in the back.
Yeah, just in the background. So before we go to lunch, can we assemble at the back for a group photo? And for those of you who are not speaking, you are not on YouTube. Actually, this camera is recording. And there's a link. And if you spoke, then you appeared. You're appearing on YouTube. In fact, I should be appearing there. So make sure you speak. Make sure and give the link to your friends. Say, hey, watch out, I'm going to be speaking. I'm going to be on YouTube. Thank you. So let's assemble at the back.
Jimo. Unawapanga. Ungechukua zenye kwa
Luas are great people with great personalities.
So Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When you hear the music stops, it means that we are now ready to start discussion this afternoon. You guys, when you know this, yes, from a perspective, that it from your sub-county, perspective.
Thank you for the presentations that you have had in the morning session.
Smartphones, and this is loaded with some software we commonly call Tich, right? And this software is used to, okay. I think in the morning one of the things that was presented is that this study will.
And then now from 22 or 23, 24 was after COVID. So we shall tell that story. What is now working? But now we shall have evaluated what is going on, what is already happening. All these speeches and the HIL, whatever, and so on. We look at them and see how well they are, where possible, we'll assess the quality. And so on. So this is what we intend. So Stream 1 is really a baseline study. Then we design the intervention, and then we measure and assess the intervention.
In Kisumu context, we know that we are now leading digitization, the Digital Health Authority, right? And this in Kisumu. What the progress in Kisumu add value to the study.
And so using this program or this approach, and we'll be able to, if we're able to digitalize our healthcare system to help us pick the primary data, I am quite sure ultimately whatever we are going to get is going to be of quality. So I'm looking forward to full implementation of this, be able to meet the policy makers so that we run away from registers and be able to do EMR that will help us to pick vital information comprehensively and be able to analyze. If you look at facilities currently, there are those which are like level 4s, and at the end of the day, when you do data review meeting, whatever gets to the KHIS and whatever is there, the facility.
So a lot of system is that we have a register for anything. In fact, for the records officers who are here, usually the Ministry of Health registers in Kenya, they are serialized as MOH, this with a number, okay? For instance, there is a tool called MOH 542, right? The immunization one is called MOH 710, right? So you have a mother here, you want to be able to see, and then they have a baby as well for immunization. So when it is immunization, we pull out MOH 710. When it is ANC, it is MOH what? 420, right? MOH 420. So you have a lot of documentation to be able to do. But all these registers, they are also accompanied by tally sheets, right? So you adjust a register, then you mark the tally sheet as well. So there's a lot of burden of documentation on the, especially the nursing people, who also they are not trained to do that job, and they don't see it as being very important. They usually see the service as more important. So there's a bit of data quality, and I think that point is very well met. Any other thoughts? By the way, we are doing this thing, Kisumu, yeah, and if we don't contribute so much, kesho lunch itarudi chini kidogo. Oh yeah, so there is a point here.
Good afternoon.
Okay, what I wanted to say is...
Please introduce yourself and which sub-county.
Okay, I'm Lucia Tandi, the sub-county HRIO in Sia County. Okay, what I wanted to say is digitization is the best thing that is happening to us. But again, as we push digitization, do we understand the challenges that we are facing? Now we are going back to the facilities. First, we have the knowledge level of our healthcare workers. Do they understand this, and how are we going to bridge it? Another thing is, for a very long time, we have been collecting data, and we receive data at the sub-county. It is like clearing and forwarding. Does these people understand? You know, when you're telling a facility, compile this immunization report and bring, how useful is this report at the facility level? Because we really need to understand that the people that are collecting data, how are we going to impact their lives so that they understand, as much as we are bringing this digitization, do they understand the meaning of this? What is the use of data at that particular level? Because there are some challenges in Game and in Sia County. In HIV services we are using EMR 3.x, and sometimes when you do follow-up, you find that thing is not working, we stopped, we are doing manual. So at what level are we going to empower these people so that as we continue with digitization, they are at par with everything that is going on? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think she has brought on a very important point about capacity of the providers and the service deliverers. And also the point of view, the role of this is sub-county level, these intermediate levels, you have like sub-county. Then we have now this ward level, which is imaginary. In the health sector, okay, the ward is an administrative structure in the political world, but in the health sector is an imaginary enterprise. And I'm calling it imaginary because we don't have a ward health management team, right? So our health structures are this way. So we have county, we have sub-county, then we have facility, civil, then we have community level, right? So at then that ward level, there's a unit there called ward, which is also not staffed. What's going to be these roles at different levels? But thinking about, you know, the capacity of providers, their interests to engage in the agenda. I remember when EMRs were introduced in the HIV sector, for a very long time the EMRs were there, but they were doing retrospective data entry. They were still, they were called point of care. So the EMRs were not point of care. So at the point of care, people were doing what? Manual. And then you do retrospective data, and it ran that way for a very long time. And it took quite a bit of effort to move from retrospective EMR to point of care EMR use. And then I think she mentioned a very big word here called 3.x. that word 3.x means a lot in Kenya today. So when at the beginning of the HIV service delivery, every partner was coming with their own EMR. So if you are ICAP, they have their system. If you are FACES, you have your own system. But then later on, the partners came together and said, why don't we move toward one system? And then Kenya EMR was developed. And then the funders instructed people to migrate to Kenya EMR. But this Kenya EMR only had a CCC module, right? So now, as part of the digitization agenda in the country together with the partners developed a version of Kenya EMR which can support facility-wide service delivery, meaning it has modules for collection of money, it has modules for MCH, it has modules. So that's when somebody says, 3 dot what? 3 dot X. That's what they mean. They mean Kenya a map that is capable of being deployed facility-wide. So right now there is a popular indicator of what proportion of your facilities have implemented 3 dot X. But in Kenya we say the ground is different. So the ground is different, right? So you might find even the 3 dot X is there, but it's not operating facility-wide, right? So those challenges are there, and I'm sure that the study will be able to look into them. And those are very valid points that you've been able to raise. Any other comments? I can see that although we are supposed to be Kisumu.
I thought the word example came from Seme.
Yes.
Can they say something about it?
And Kisumu is now developing it. So give the mic to Mwenda first, but then we will go to.
Because mine is slightly different.
Yes, but you can start with yours.
No problem. Once again, I'm Dr. Mwenda from Tich County, the farthest point from Kisumu City. I'm happy to be here, and I hope I'll be back before Nyando floods. Nevertheless, mine is related to what my colleague talked about, the issue of data collection. Clearly, Prof has said the tool is not yet ready, but probably you know what you're planning. Are we adding another tool to our MCH staff who already have abandoned, like in Kenya and basically everywhere? So will it be a 6 months period? Is another tool in the MCH or any other place for data collection? Is it a staff of this project coming to collect data for a day, a week? So I'm interested in that.
Very, very good questions. But pass on the mic to the word development officer. Okay.
Yes, my name is Colin Simon, the word development officer. I'm MH47. Now, I think just to pick up from the word level, what Kisumu were trying to implement, and our Zili was not here, because we say that at the word we didn't have officers, but actually we have tried to implement for the last 1 year, is to have what is called ward practice groups, to be in charge of the ward indicators at that level. And I think they are all running in all the 35 wards within Kisumu. And that's why now the ward dashboards comes in, because these people are meeting monthly. So having some of these indicators, those ward dashboards will help them to really make some progress on that. Now on digitization, Kisumu had some pilot in some, it was I think 3 sub-counties. There was Chugaimbo, there was Chiga in Kisumu East, and then we had one facility called Rata in Seme. And that is where the governor, that's the governor's village, who was here with us in the morning. So what we decided to now digitize the whole county so that we interconnect all the facilities in what is called the primary, hub and spoke model. So we have one, the ward hub, which is Rata, and then you're connecting to the smaller facilities within the. So now what you're trying to pilot is how to make that system speak to each other. Yes. And that is the pilot that you're trying to do, but it's still work in progress. Then I think also we're trying to integrate what we call the EHIS, the Electronic Community Health Information System, so that if somebody is referred from the community, you can actually see it in the facility and then you can see it somewhere in the system. So that is part of the work on in North Seme. I think you can bring it with Palladium. There are quite a number of, people helping us. If you can have some small dashboards, any defaulters organizations, areas where mothers are coming late for ANC beyond the 12 weeks and such kind of indicators, that really help us.
And then the facilities report where? Direct to the sub-county, where she was talking about the clearing and forwarding role. So they clear and then they forward to the national. So if you look at that cascade, even the county is somewhere there, right? It's not active. But if you look at the KHIS, the Kenya Health Information System, the facilities are clustered by ward. So there is already, the ward variable is present in KHRS. So you will have, let's say, you will have, let's say, the national, then you have the county level, then you have facility. Then the facilities, you can group them by sub-county, then you can also group them by ward. So technically, if you look at the indicators that are available on KHIS, then it is possible to be able to generate some level of ward level. Is there a records officer to help us with this discussion? Do you want to tell us this story a little bit more? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think in KHIS, the lowest level is from the community.
Yes.
Then we have got the facility. And then the facilities, then we have got the wards, different wards. Then from the wards, we have got now the whole sub-county.
Yeah.
Then the counties, then the national. All the counties now. Thank you.
All the counties. Yeah. So it is actually possible for the KHIS-based indicators to be able to generate some ward-based estimates, right?
Yeah, it is possible.
But the issue is how often this is done is where the problem is.
Sure, how it is done and how it is, the framework of how it is being done now is not there.
The framework of how it's been done is not there. So that's part of the challenge that there is, Dr. Collins, I would think. And then even if you look at, let's say, those other levels of the system. So at community level, they used to have the community chalkboards. So they are supposed to be able to summarize their data and update on the chalkboards, right? They are now not being used. They are now digital, right? they are now digital, okay? That's why it's very interesting that we are moving into virtual, right? Post-COVID. Previously, they were hard copy chalkboard. So you go to every facility, you find a chalkboard. This system was designed by people like Prof here. And some of us have been consumers. But then at facility level, I think getting back to her point about data use at facility level, there has been a requirement by the MIT, the Ministry of Health, that data is analyzed and displayed at facility level, right? Very simple things. Let's start with, let's say, immunization. There is what is called the vaccine monitor chart. You guys know about it. And for, let's say, deliveries, you are supposed to be able to chart your deliveries on the walls, right? And for ANC, whatever. But what I know is that these things, they are driven by partners. So if you have a partner who has been funded and they have a lot of pressure by their funders to, so you find these things being done. But routinely having MI people do it, sometimes they are. That's where we say the ground is a little different than the whatever. But Umwenga had some concerns from, they were saying, and I think this is almost starting at the level of our baseline, that when we do the data collection, are we going to introduce another tool? You see, these people have already gone up to MOH 600 and something. Is concerned. Are we going to introduce MOH 1001 and give to MCH and tell the nurse in the MCH now, just like if you want this monthly? I think that's what Omwenga was concerned about. And I know by telepathy that might not be our plans. But you could elaborate.
Yeah, thank you. The baseline is a survey.
Yeah.
Yes, and we are using the framework of service readiness survey, but we are now going to add the data readiness to that service readiness. Because at the health facility level, we often go out to assess the service readiness. Now, to that framework, that same tool, we want to add the data readiness to it, right? Data readiness and this. And this is one thing that we shall spend some time on tomorrow to look at. Now, if this is the service readiness framework that we normally collect when we assess how service ready health facilities are, now we want to add to it the data side. How data ready are they? Yeah. So what it will be recommended, where we could in providing coming up with something else, would be the workstream tool when we are designing now the tools. Yeah. So as much as possible, we should use what tool is already there instead of creating new ones. Yeah. But the data readiness will tell us what is on the ground, what is the capacity, how much is it used, and where does it come.
Simpatie Prof Makofi. So thank you, Prof, for elaborating. I think we need to be able to wind up this discussion so that we go to the next session. I'm calling upon any closing comments from both the CR team and the Kisumu team. We don't want to leave out anyone. You know, sometimes when you keep quiet in meetings, you may be having the points which can save the group. Because some of us are very good at it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mine is just to maybe highlight the situation of Nyando. For Nyando, we have the PHC, which maybe Sam also highlighted. We have the hub and spoke, and here we have the ward hubs, no, the ward spots. Then we have the hubs, which is maybe a Ahero County Hospital. And we also have Nyang'ande, we also have Rapuor. So these are very important because the data that's collected from the facilities are channeled through the same facilities then to the sub-county. Then we also have the ICHIS, which has been shared by our teams, our colleagues from CIR. And then we have the quality improvement teams, which has come up. We have support from Farm Access, and now we have been formulating the quality improvement teams through an app called Safe Care. So that's also a new concept that we wish that maybe if the same data we collect what is of quality, and it's maybe channeled to the next level. I think that's what I can contribute. Thank you.
Yeah, so in fact, you've done us justice in this manner. I think I have totally not taken notice of the fact that we are now operating in this system where the Ministry of Health is focusing so much on primary care networks, right? So the question is the project that we are going to implement, how will it fit into the PCN concept? But I wanted to ask us, especially the data officers in the room, whether the PCNs are now integrated into KHIS, for instance. Is PCN now an official variable that we also collect? No. Probably not, right? So as far, I can still call it, it's still a virtual concept in terms of, yes, we know that, let's say, Nyaka's PCN, right? So the PCN is supposed to monitor their own performance and all those kind of things. But in the data collection, it does not know the PCN, right? The data tools don't know the PCN. Point number two, you have now talked about quality improvement, and I think that the quality improvement that you probably are going to do with Safe Care is focused on overall quality improvement in the facility, right? Kweli ama wrong? The issue is, to what extent does that integrate data quality. Okay, those are points that I'm getting from your contribution. I know that Emily is also now a Megasirica.
Okay, I just want to say that digitalization is the way to go. But then again, if we implement it, everybody has to be involved, starting from that healthcare worker in the dispensary alone. Because many times we only start with the HRIOs. So when it goes back to the dispensary, they wait for that. It's not their work. So let us onboard everybody, starting from the lowest level, so that everybody catches up in digitalization.
Stakeholder engagement, which is very crucial. Really, I've told you guys about the rollout of, let's say, EMRs for CCCs, and the way, the providers for a very long time were not on board. This meeting may not end without Jeno making some comment.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. For me, I'm really excited that in participating in this. And my colleagues have spoken about the digitization that is ongoing in Kisumu. We are also, as part of this system, also we are trying to pilot called Wanda system. That is looking at maternal health services. We initially started in outpatient, in ANC setup, but now moving into also maternity section. Also excited about this because there are some of the parameters which are usually not reported in the KHIS, but they're usually very important for us also as a program. Like you find that an indicator that is like preeclampsia, mothers, women presenting with the preeclampsia in health facilities, it's usually not really reported, but in the KHIS we only report eclampsia. So there is a number of variables which are actually very, very important, and I would like if we can have a way that as a county we are able to collect that data and be able to analyze for even the counties or facilities decision making. Thank you.
Excellent, Jennifer. In fact, you remind us of one thing, especially the last point about preeclampsia, that the system that we currently have for reporting, we just have some select indicators that are reported as aggregates to the national level. And this may not have specificity. So it might capture hypertension in pregnancy, and you have the aggregate numbers being reported. But if you are looking at preeclampsia, it is not there, right? So you would need to look for some case-based records to be able to check the burden of preeclampsia, for instance. The one thing I wanted to ask you though, you talked about Wanda. Do you want to elaborate on this Wanda? What is it? Where is it wandering? Okay, as it is wandering, is it being used? Is it an electronic medical record system? What is Wanda?
So actually it's an electronic medical system we are using. We are partnering with the Wanda Health from India, and it captures, we are able to capture like the mother-child handbook. It's like the whole of that is now digitized, and we are able now to monitor and able to get the alerts where the parameters are not within normal range. You get an alert, and there's even a prompt. Not really a prompt, or you are able to get even advice or what you're supposed to do. Refer which medications you're supposed to select from. So it's also helps even in the referral and even in follow-up of cases. But as I said, it's still in pre-pilot stage. Thank you.
I am tempted to say that we are waiting for any last comment from the CR team, then we return it to yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is from Upunja Township. I had an issue on infrastructure. 3s and level 4, so it should come up clearly on issue of infrastructure and connectivity.
Excellent thoughts. I think that you captured a lot of interesting.
Also share what they have had from you. Is that not a good thing for them? What have they had? What have you had? What have you had? Yeah, because they have said many very important points, and I think that those points have been captured well. I know that although they don't want to say it out now, but they were making notes. So you are the experts. You are the experts on what is on the ground, what is going on, and what this study can add value to. Okay? And therefore, I think it's an appropriate time for us to pause there, reflect together on how we will take off tomorrow. And then, just as I said, tomorrow we shall spend the whole day working on work stream 1, starting with the baseline assessment that will be conducted. So I think it is an appropriate time to stop the deliberations, invite our colleague Veldin, if she is here, to give us some kind of a tool to assess the day. Is Veldin here? So Veldin has slipped out. Yeah. So if she is not here, I will just end the session. And thank you all very much for very active engagement on those issues that concern us. If you are sensitive, our desire is that the study will help enhance what we are doing. That's what our desire is. And so we'll be spending the next 2 days examining how we will do what we will do in a way that will be of benefit to improving our systems. Because we are not stakeholder partners. We will not develop systems which we own. I think we want to develop systems which you own, and improve systems which you own, that you have access to. So it was that piece of data thing that I thought you might have something to say about, but I think it is, the ownership is yours, access is yours. But hopefully we can, working together, we can improve it to the best way that we can. Maybe if you have a way to evaluate, you can. If you don't, then we call it a day.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. We are talking about the automation of data. And today we wanted to have an evaluation, digital evaluation. So we are going to send you the link so that you can fill out the evaluation forms, and then it will get back to us. We're going
or is there a link?
We are sharing the link.
So where's the link? How do you share it?
No, we send the forms. WhatsApp.
You have their numbers?
Yes, we have their contacts. With their permissions, we can send it through WhatsApp.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so the link is coming. Meanwhile, this team Then we're going to eat. There is tea at some point for those who want tea. And then Agri, where do we see you? There's a group from Siaya, there's from Kisumu. Do you want to give some direction?
Hi. Good evening. Yeah, I'm Agri Ching, Finance Officer Tich. So after the occasion, I think we can meet the Siaya group in the holding room. After Siaya group, we can meet the Kisumu group in the same holding room. Holding room is just adjacent room. Yeah. Are we together? So, thank you. Pardon?
Come with security.
No, just come in person, your full names, and maybe ID, original ID card. So,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can, as you will receive the link and all of that, we can now bring the afternoon session